Good morning and welcome to New Delhi for this WSPS Para World Cup here at the Dr. Karni Singh shooting range. It's day one of competition and we have no fewer than 4 finals for you today. So do stay with us throughout the day on our live broadcast for you on YouTube and on Facebook. Wherever you are joining us around the world, then welcome. The time here in New Delhi is just gone past 11:30 in the morning. We are 5.5 hours in front of GMT time, so if you're over in South America or in the States, then it's a very early start for you. Likewise, if you're over on the other side of the world in the Far Eastern Asia, then the time will be well into the evening. So there's our schedule for today. Our first final is the R1 10-metre air rifle standing SH1 men. That gets going at 11:45 in about 12 minutes time. So we're now going to go over to Amy, our announcer, for the introductions.
WSPS World Cup. My name is Amy, and it is my honor to present to you this air rifle men standing SH1 and our 8 finalists. Please give a big round of applause as I introduce each athlete. On firing point H, representing Greece, please welcome Sotirios Galigabros. Please give a big round of applause. On firing point G, representing Poland, please welcome Marek Dobrowolski. On firing point F, representing People's Republic of China, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dong Chao. On firing point E, representing Kazakhstan, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Yurkin Gabasov. On firing point D, representing Ukraine, please welcome Andriy Doroshenko. On firing point C, representing France, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jean-Louis Michaud. On firing point B, representing Republic of Korea, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lee Chang-ho. On the firing point A, representing People's Republic of China, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Len Bo. The jury member in charge of this final is Intan Megafani from Indonesia. The chief range officer for this final is Sudhir Tomar of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this final and good luck to all our athletes.
So that's Amy, our announcer, with the introductions for this first final, the R1 men's 10-metre air rifle standing SH1, about to get underway. Local time here in New Delhi is exactly 11:35, so the final due to start in 10 minutes' time. Our chief range officer, who's Sudhir Tomar of India, has just asked the athletes to take their positions. So 10 metres is the distance, and the bullseye just 0.5 of a millimetre. So just imagine that in your own mind, and then put that 0.5 of a millimetre 10 metres away from you, and that is the challenge for our athletes in this 10-metre air rifle final. It's not easy. They make it look easy. And that's what happens when you watch a world-class competition like this. That just gives you an idea of what one of the rifles looks like. There are customizable parts of the rifle, such as the butt plate at the back, and also cheek rests as well. But it's a very technical piece of equipment, and it can only be up to a maximum weight of 5.5 kilos. So this is the SH1 category, and it's a standing final. So you will see, for example, Doroshenko there in the middle of your picture, just resting on a stool. Some of the other athletes are in their wheelchairs. So that's how it finished in qualification. Jean-Louis Michaud of France on 624.2. Just a 0.3 difference between Michaud and Dong of the People's Republic of China. Then Doroshenko just 0.9 behind in qualification, representing Ukraine in 3rd place, right down to 8th place. So Bo Ren of the People's Republic of China there in 8th place for qualification, actually starts on firing point A in that final. Coming up for you in just a second. We've had a great time so far here in New Delhi, in this wonderful city. And the name New Delhi inaugurated way back in 1931. So let's just have a look at the lineup then. Starting on firing point A, this is Bo Ren of the People's Republic of China, 4th place in Lima 2023 last year. And just settles in, and just see he's getting comfortable with his rifle. It's been a long morning of qualification, and now the hunt for the medals starts in this final. So moving on then to firing point B, representing the Republic of Korea. This is Lee Jang-ho, bronze medalist in Alain 2023. I was there myself to witness that one. It was a wonderful moment for Lee Jang-ho, now 34 years old. And let's just have a look then at firing point C. This is Jean-Louis Michaud of France. So many medals over the years. Recently the gold medal in Alain at the end of last year, 2023 at the WSPS World Cup. I remember us all doing Secret Santas and all sorts of things, getting into the festive spirit out in the Alain heat. We had a wonderful time at that World Cup, very much looked after. The weather, of course, helps, with it being so sunny, like it is here in India. So Chief Range Officer has just called for the preparation and sighting times to start, so the athletes will get 5 minutes to settle in. Here's Andriy Doroshenko of Ukraine, gold medalist in Rotterdam at the European Para Championships. I was there commentating myself on those European Para Championships. It was a wonderful, wonderful tournament, and we're very much looking forward to the next Para European Games, just waiting on the host city to be announced. So next we're going to have a look at firing point E. So here is firing point F, and we seem to have skipped over Yurkin Gabasov, who is representing Kazakhstan. He's on firing point E. So now moving on to firing point F, and this is Dong Chao of the People's Republic of China.
Athletes will fire an additional tie-breaking shots until tie is broken. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please enjoy this final, and good luck to all our athletes after the sighting time.
Gabasov of Kazakhstan. So actually now looking at firing point G, this is Marek Dobrowolski of Poland, silver medalist in Rotterdam at those European Para Championships, just behind Doroshenko. And it was a hotly contested final, they really did battle it out. And then just one athlete still to go, and that's Sotirios Galagavros representing Greece. So much experience over the years, such a jolly chap to be around as well. He's a very nice man, and I did have a quick joke with him earlier saying the weather here is very similar to Greece. We're always talking about the Greek sunshine, and he just laughed and said, well, maybe not quite. So just waiting to see if we can get our cameras on firing point H. Sotirios Galagavros, you can just see to the right hand side of your picture on firing point H. So if you are just joining us, welcome along. It's the R1 men's 10-metre air rifle standing SH1 final. Just under 2 minutes left of the preparation and sighting time. 2 quota places are available for the 2024 Paralympic Games. The quota places will be contested between Kazakhstan and Greece, and that's by the basis of all the other athletes already have quota places for the Paralympic Games that starts towards the end of August later this summer. So whoever finishes highest between Kazakhstan and Greece will claim that valuable Paralympic quota place. So here is Sotirios Galagavros of Greece, silver medalist at the Munich World Cup in 2022. Again, I was there at that World Cup myself, and it was such a wonderful moment for Sotirios to take that medal. It really was a proud moment and a proud day. I think it always is when you get a medal of any colour really, whether it be gold, silver or bronze. So in just a few seconds time, our Chief Range Officer will call that there are 30 seconds left, so therefore the athletes know that the final is about to begin. So that's how they line up. People's Republic of China on A, Republic of Korea on B, France on C, Ukraine on D, Kazakhstan on firing point E. Once again, second athlete from People's Republic of China on firing point F, Poland on G, and Greece represented on firing point H. So the 30-second command was just given, and now we're into the final 15 seconds of the preparation and sighting time. So settle in and buckle your seatbelt. We're about to get underway with the first final of the New Delhi 2024 WSPS World Cup. So Chief Range Officer has given this stop and unload command. And it's so important that the athletes pay attention to the Chief Range Officer's commands, because there are penalties, yellow cards, which could then lead to green cards if there are any penalties issued. So we're just waiting now on the actual final to begin. And there'll be 4 minutes 10 on the clock. And there's Sudhir Tumar of India, our Chief Range Officer.
Load.
So first competition series, and the load command is given.
Start.
So who will take an early initiative? 4 minutes 10 may sound like a long time, but when you're out there on the field of play, the clock ticks down pretty rapidly. So 10.9 is the highest individual shot, and this is our first series of 5 shots. And once we get to 5 shots from each athlete, then we'll go to the scoreboard, see what's happening, and then go back for another 5-shot series. So a couple of 10.6s coming in nice and early from Doroshenko and also from Gabasov. Nice 10.5 from Bo Ren, People's Republic of China, on firing point A and on firing point F. Just shows the class and dominance of the Chinese team that have come here to New Delhi in India. So this is Jean-Louis Michaud, who is the only left-handed athlete in this final. .7 from Dobrovolsky, great shot. And really, once the 5-shot series comes to its conclusion, You really want to be over a score of about 51. That puts you in a world-class category. Of course, shooting against the world's best as well, which just adds to the difficulty. So in a rifle final such as this, all about grouping, trying to keep those shots as close as possible. At the moment, Gabasov of Kazakhstan with some pretty tight grouping. Last shot was a 10.3. He's already up to 41.2, so certainly has that 51 target within sight. Dodoshenko completes his 5-shot series on 50.6, so just under that 51 point mark, and he knows he already has some work to do in the next 5-shot series. There's so many medals. Dodoshenko, such a decorated athlete, and it's no surprise that he's made this final today. So Gabasov over the 51 marker, just 51.1. Jean-Louis Michel can get there with at least a shot of 10.0 or above. And it's a 9.2 from the Frenchman, so finishes that 5-shot series on 50.2. So let's have a look at the scoreboard and see what's happening on day one of the New Delhi 2024 WSPS World Cup. It's Gabasov of Kazakhstan who leads with a total of 51.1. The narrowest of margins, a 0.1 difference between himself and Lee Jang-ho of the Republic of Korea. So the stop command has been given from the Chief Range Officer. So as you can see there, narrow lead from Gabasov, 0.1 is the difference. He leads the competition on 51.1, Lee Jang-ho on 51.0, and Marek Dobrovolsky certainly still not out of this in terms of the top three, just 0.3 behind, and some other narrow differences, 0.1, 0.1, 0.3, and 2.1s in 7th and 8th place. A very, very close final so far. We now go to the second series of 5 shots. So there's Sudhir Tomar of India, our Chief Range Officer, just to the left of your picture. And another 4 minutes 10 has already started to tick down as the Chief Range Officer gave that start command a few moments ago. So if you are just joining us, welcome along on the WSPS YouTube channel. If you're joining us on Facebook, feel free to join in and leave your comments and support the athletes, cheer them on, and just enjoy the wonderful world of parachuting. If you are on YouTube, feel free to subscribe to the channel and also like the video as well. That way the YouTube algorithm will work in your favor and will tell you each time we have a live broadcast or new content on the WSPS YouTube channel. So Jean-Louis Michel, last shot, 10.1, takes a deep breath, just blows onto his palm, just trying to keep the moisture and perspiration and sweat to a minimum, because the suits that they wear are stiff, but the more humidity, the more sweat, and the softer the suit can become. And it's just those narrow margins, those tiny millimeters of difference here and there that can cost you a medal, or certainly cost you a place in the final when the elimination starts after 12 shots. So some decent grouping from Yi Jiang Ho so far. Last shot was a 10.5. As it stands, if Yi Jiang Ho can keep up that kind of grouping, he could very well find himself leading the competition after this 5-shot series. Not a great shot from Doroshenko at 9.5, so he puts himself on 101.8. So at this stage, ideally, he'd want to be around 102. So Doroshenko just shy of that, just very, very close. He'll certainly be up there with the leaders. So Yi Jiang Ho, last shot was a 10.4, still has one left. And that's a terrific 10.6 shot from Ren Bo of People's Republic of China. He just looks down to his monitor. Finishes that series on a total of 101.2. So with 25 seconds to go, I believe all the athletes have now completed their 5-shot series. So Chief Range Officer gives the stop command. So Yi Jiang Ho, with that grouping in that last 5-shot series, has enabled him to jump to the top of the scoreboard. He leads with a total of 102.5. It was Yurkin Galabasov in front, but now it's Yi Jiang Ho on 102.5, just 0.7 in front. And just some of those other differences just starting to create some gaps.
From now on, single shot will be begin, and after each second shot, the lowest ranking finalist will be decided. Stay tuned.
So Doroshenko now 0.7 behind in second place, and Jean-Louis Michaud, France, 0.4 behind him. They are the top 3. So it's Yi Jiang Ho of Republic of Korea who leads this final, Doroshenko of Ukraine in second, and Michaud of France in third. Dobrovolsky, meanwhile, in 8th place as it stands on 100.3, is just 0.4 behind Galagavros of Greece in 7th place. So the eliminations coming up now that we've gone into single shots. So this is shot 11, and our first elimination will be after shot number 12. So this is where the shots really do count, because in the 5-shot series you've got some room for perhaps the odd shots into the lower 9s if that does happen, but really now with the single shots you want to be trying to hit as many 10s as possible or above. So Yi Jiang Ho still leads the competition on 113.1. Doroshenko in second place, and Michaud of France. Certainly, if you're a regular viewer of parachuting sports, you won't be surprised to see that those are the top 3 in this final. So Dobrovolsky, just to the right of your picture there on firing point G, in danger of elimination at the moment on 110.1. Dobrovolsky is 0.3 behind Ren Bo of the People's Republic of China. So Chief Range Officer gives the start command. 50 seconds is on the clock. So can Dobrovolsky of Poland save himself a 9.8? Ren Bo meanwhile with a 9.7, so it's not going to be enough for Dobrovolsky of Poland. He will leave this final in 8th place.
Congratulations, and give a big round of applause. 8th place in this final, representing Poland, goes to Marek Dobrovolsky.
So Marek Dobrovolsky of Poland just puts his safety flag back into his rifle, leaves this final with a total of 119.9. And now we go to shot 13. Our next elimination will be after shot 14. So here's how it stands. Yi Zhang Ho still at the top, now with a gap of 1.4. Meanwhile, there's a tie for second place. Doroshenko and Michaud, both on 122.5. This is really shaping up to be a very interesting final. And start command is given 50 seconds. Once again, ticks down on the clock here in New Delhi at the Dr. Karni Singh shooting range. Doroshenko with a 10.3. Great shot from Dong of China, 10.7, and also a 10.6 for both Yi Zhang Ho and Rembo. So Yi Zhang Ho of the Republic of Korea, I think he knows he's still leading the competition because that last shot was terrific, 10.6, and just looking at his shots over the last few, and just two of those on the 10. Otherwise, it's all been in the mid-10s. And Yi Zhang Ho just starting to show a bit of dominance and world-class shooting in this final. So our next shot will be the elimination for 7th place. So load command has been given, and now this is shot number 14 for 7th place. So who will be the first to go? Probably Doroshenko. Indeed, yes, he is the first to shoot, and 9.7. He's going to need to improve if he's to stay in the hunt for the medals. Michaud, meanwhile, with a 10.1. Dong with a 10.2. Gabasov, great shots, 10.6. And the competition leader, Yi Zhang Ho, with a 10.7. So we have our next elimination from this final. So Rembo of the People's Republic of China leaves in 7th place on a total of 141. Was 0.5 behind Galagavros of Greece. So it's still Yi Zhang Ho of Republic of Korea who leads on 145.2. Gabasov of Kazakhstan has moved up to 2nd place. Michaud of France in 3rd. Dong of China in 4th, and Doroshenko of Ukraine now slips down to 5th place. That 9.7 shot certainly didn't help, and Sotirios Galagavros of Greece is now in 6th place. So this is shot number 15, and our next elimination will be after shot 16. So Dong with a 9.7, Gabasov with a 10, could be good enough for now. Doroshenko, meanwhile, bit of a recovery with a 10.6, and a 10.9 from Galagavros of Greece, who is eligible for a quota place if he can stay in this final. The 2 quota places are available for Kazakhstan and also for Greece. So our first 10.9 in this final, the highest score you can achieve in an individual shot. And Sotirios Galagavros with so much experience just out there to the right of your picture on firing point H with that perfect score. So here is the competition leader. This is Yi Zhang Ho. A difference of 2.3 between himself and Michaud of France. So Doroshenko likely to shoot first. Doesn't do so this time. Is second after Dong of China. And it's a 9.9 for Doroshenko. Maybe this just isn't going to be his final today. Great 10.7 from the competition leader, Yi Zhang-ho, and a 10.8 as well. But Dong Xiao of the People's Republic of China is next to leave this final in 6th place. So 162.3 was his final total, puts the safety flag back into the rifle. And representing the People's Republic of China, Dong Xiao now leaves in 6th place. So 5 are left, 2 quota places available for the Paralympic Games. And the eligible countries are Kazakhstan and Greece. It's looking like it could be Kazakhstan at this stage. 2.3 is the gap between Gabasov and Yi of Republic of Korea at the top, who's leading the competition on a score of 166.3. So Galagavros of Greece in 5th place with a 0.4 difference. Can he make that up? Will there be a switch around at the bottom? Certainly Michaud is still not out of the elimination danger, I wouldn't say, at this stage. "50 seconds once again is on the clock, already down to 38 seconds. Doroshenko with a 9.7, that could affect things at the bottom. Galagavros meanwhile with a 10.5. Could there be a switch for 5th place? And Doroshenko is indeed now in 5th place, with Galagavros up to 4th place. And interesting developments, because those quota places are available for Kazakhstan and Greece. So it's still Yi Zhang-ho who leads this competition. The gap at the top is 2.4. And there's a 1.0 gap from Michaud of France to Gabasov of Kazakhstan. So Doroshenko is 0.4 behind, and now shooting to try and save himself in this final. Meanwhile, Galagavros will know that he's in 4th place, and that quota place could be achievable, but he's got to catch up with Gabasov. And there's quite a margin between Kazakhstan and Greece at the moment in this final. Yi Zhang-ho, a 10.7, and a 10.7 from Galagavros. What a shot. So there's been a switch around in 3rd and 4th, but next to leave this final in 5th place, Andrei Doroshenko of Ukraine. So many medals over the years, and it wasn't to be today for him, and leaves this final respectably in 5th place. So it's still Yi Zhang-ho who leads the competition on a total of 187.5. That's how it stood a few minutes ago. Now you can see it's adjusted, and Gabasov is 2.9 behind on 184.6. So Jean-Louis Michaud, the only left-handed shooter in this final, is in 4th place representing France, and is 0.2 behind Galagavros of Greece. So who will take 4th place? Who's going to miss out on the medal? Michaud with a 10.3. Gabasov with a 10.4. Yi Zhang Ho 10.3 and a 10.1 from Galagavros. So Yi Zhang Ho of the Republic of Korea continues the dominance in this final. A gap at the top now of 2.8 from Gabasov of Kazakhstan. So there's a tie for third place. Interesting developments. We did say earlier on in this final, it looked like it was going to shape up to be a very close one. And that's indeed what's happened here. And Michaud and Galagavros tied for third place. Who will be eliminated in fourth place? Who will leave this final without a medal? So Galagavros with a 10.3, Michaud with a 10.3, so we're going to a shoot-off. And I think Galagavros knows as well as we do. And we have our first shoot-off of this New Delhi 2024 WSPS World Cup. Meanwhile, Gabasov of Kazakhstan remains in second place. The gap is 2.4 behind Yi Zhang Ho, who leads on 207.6. So Galagavros of Greece and Jean-Louis Michaud of France will compete now in this shoot-off to stay in this final and guarantee themselves a medal. So just one quota place available. Kazakhstan and Greece are the eligible countries, so Galagavros knows not only is he shooting to stay in this final for a medal, also shooting to try and stay in with a chance, and it's a slim chance of actually taking the quota place as well. So again, it's 50 seconds that ticks down on the clock. Same allocated time in the shoot-off as it would be for a normal shot. A 10 from Galagavros. And Michaud with a 9.7. So the Frenchman will be leaving the final. Galagavros has guaranteed himself another medal. And now it just depends what colour it'll be. Will it be bronze? Will it be silver? Because to catch Yi Zhang Ho at the moment, who's 2.4 in front of Gabasov, is going to be a bit of a task. So the disappointment on the face of Jean-Louis Michaud, and a shake of the head as well. He's disappointed with his performance in this final, and he would be, to come all the way from France to New Delhi, get all the way to the final and leave in fourth place without a medal. So Yi Zhang Ho is still at the top on 207.6, with Gabasov of Kazakhstan in second place. And now Galagavros of Greece, who survived that shoot-off, is now 1.0 behind Gabasov. So it is possible to try and catch up over the next two shots. And if Galagavros can leap into the silver medal position, not only will he take the quota place, but it'll be a brilliant performance to have crept up from the bottom of the scoreboard right to the top. Or can Gabasov of Kazakhstan hold on to that second place at the moment, possibly even move up to gold if there's some faltering from Yi Zhang Ho? That's not looking likely though. Another 10.6 from the Korean. And Gabasov with a 10.7, Galagavros with a 10.0, so it's looking likely that this final will finish as it is at the moment. But you never know in parachuting. Anything can happen, as we often say. So the bronze medal will be decided in a few moments' time. 50 seconds is on the clock. 10.2 from Gabasov, 10.5 from Yi Zhang-ho, and a great 10.6 from Galagavros, but not enough towards the end. It's enough for a bronze medal. It's not enough for a quota place for the Paris Olympic Games. And the chance to get the quota place for the Paralympics isn't to be today for Sotirios Galagavros. He is a bronze medalist today. And it means the quota place for the Paralympic Games will go to Kazakhstan. Meanwhile, it's Yi Zhang-ho at the top, who still leads on 207.6, and now adjusted to 228.7 with a 2.6 gap. And you can see it confirmed on your screen with the Paralympic logo that Gabasov has been indeed guaranteed that Paralympic quota place, which starts in Paris towards the end of August, later this summer in France. Meanwhile, let's not forget the efforts of Sotirios Galagavros. It's another medal to add to the many medals that he already has. So Yurkin Gabasov of Kazakhstan, and now up against Yi Zhang-ho of Republic of Korea. That's another terrific shot from the 36-year-old. Sorry, 34. Celebrates his 35th birthday later this year. 10.6. And stretches his lead out. There's a 2.5 gap, so it was a 2.4 gap, now up to 2.5. And Yi Zhang-ho looks to be in control not only of this final, but also in control of claiming a gold medal. So Yurkin Gabasov, I wonder what's going through his mind right now. He knows he's got a quota place for the Paris Paralympics. Yi Zhang-ho, meanwhile, so cool, so collected, just world class, finishes with a 10.7 to finish this final with a total of 249.9 and a difference of 3.1 over Yurkin Gabasov, who takes a silver medal. Delighted, I'm sure, and I think just blowing a sigh of relief, because it's not only a silver medal, but it's also a Paralympic quota place. So there it is, confirmed, the gold medalist Yi Zhang-ho of Republic of Korea, 249.9. Another dominant performance from this wonderful athlete, who just goes over and is congratulated by his coach. Yurkin Gabasov of Kazakhstan is the silver medalist, and Sotirios Galagavros has taken the bronze medal for Greece. So there is confirmed Yurkin Gabasov with the Paralympic logo. That means the quota place is confirmed and awarded. And Sotirios Galagavros goes over to congratulate him. That's so nice to see. There's such a great spirit amongst the athletes in the WSPS. And that's a great start, isn't it, to this World Cup here in New Delhi on day one of competition. Now, just in case that's not enough for you, don't worry, we've got more finals coming up. Our next final this afternoon is the R2 final. That's the women's 10-meter rifle standing, SH1. And that's at 1:15 local time here in New Delhi. Then we have the P3 final, the mixed 25-meter pistol SH1 later this afternoon at 3:30. And then later today at 5:30 is the mixed 10-meter rifle standing SH2. So meanwhile, the medalists are announced. Sotirios Galagavros of Greece has another medal to his career and his collection. This time it's a bronze. Yurkin Gabasov of Kazakhstan has a quota place and a silver medal.
The gold medal winner, representing Republic of Korea, goes to Yi Zhang-ho.
And Yi Zhang-ho, one-handed, raises the rifle up. What a performance from this 34-year-old. It's another gold medal for Yi Zhang-ho to add to the many he's collected over the years. What a performance, what a final, And what a way to get this New Delhi 2024 WSPS World Cup underway. That's our first final done and dusted. We'll be back later on YouTube and Facebook on the WSPS channel. Our next final is the women's 10-metre rifle standing SH1. That's at 1:15 local time. Meanwhile, here's how it finished. Lee Jang-ho of Republic of Korea with the gold medal on 249.9. Yurkin Gabasov of Kazakhstan in second place with the silver medal, and Sotirios Galagavros with the bronze medal representing Greece. We'll see you later today at 1:15 local time here in India. From everyone here in New Delhi, goodbye. Good afternoon and welcome back to New Delhi for the 2024 WSPS World Cup. This is our second final of the day, so I say welcome back, just in case you were here with us this morning for the R1 men's 10-metre air rifle standing SH1 final. I won't give away the result, just in case you would like to watch the final back. If you're joining us live on YouTube, then hello. And likewise, if you're joining us on Facebook, then hello to you. So our schedule for today, that was the R1 final earlier on. Jang Ho Lee with the gold medal. Even though I've just said I won't give away the result, we've just gone and done it for you on our graphics. Well, that's sometimes how it rolls in TV. So our next final, 1:15 local time here in New Delhi in India, which is the R2 10-metre air rifle standing SH women's classification final. Then at 3:15, the P3 final, the 25-metre pistol mixed. And then at 5:30, the R4 final, which will be our fourth and final of the day. So we're just getting ready for this final with the instrument of the sitar playing in the background, one of the national instruments of India. And it just makes you feel not only like you're in India itself, but just in Asia at hearing that kind of music. And it's a bit of a shame actually they've just shut it off from the speakers. I was kind of enjoying that. My name is Rory McAllister. I'll be your commentator for this next final, the R2 women's 10-metre air rifle standing SH1, which is waiting for the athletes who are in the preparation area at the moment before they come out to the field of play here at the Dr. Karni Singh shooting range here in New Delhi. We've had a great time so far. Weather has been pretty good as well. Temperatures at the moment are in the mid-20s outside. We're in this air-conditioned facility though in the finals hall here in New Delhi, protected from the UV rays of the sun. So yes, currently 24 degrees Celsius outside.
And the organizing committee welcome you all here in New Delhi, India for 2024 WSPS World Cup. My name is Amy, and it is my honor to present you this air rifles women's standing SH1 and our 8 finalists. Please give a big round of applause as I introduce each athlete. On firing point H, representing People's Republic of China. Please give a big round and please welcome Zhang Qiping. On firing point G, representing India. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause. Please welcome Abhini Lekra. On firing point F, representing People's Republic of China. Please give a big round and please welcome Xuan Huanyu. On firing point E, representing Sweden. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause and please welcome Anna Benson. On firing point D, representing India. Give a big round of applause and please welcome Muna Agrawal. On firing point C, representing Slovakia. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause and please welcome Veronika Badovichova. on firing point B, representing Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause and please welcome Hanik Puji Hastuti. The last finalist on firing point A, representing Ukraine. Please give a big round of applause and please welcome Irina Shuchatnik. The jury member in charge of this final is Alexander Melanik of Australia. The chief range officer for this final is Sudhir Tomar of India. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please enjoy this final and good luck to all our athletes. And please give a big round of applause to the athletes.
So Amy, our announcer, has completed the introductions, and lastly, it was the Chief Range Officer Sudhir Tomar of India and the jury member in charge Alexander Malinik of Australia. So this is the beginning of the R2 Women's 10-metre Air Rifle Standing SH1 classification final, our second final of day one here in New Delhi at the 2024 WSPS World Cup. We've had a great time so far in this illustrious country, steeped with so much history and so much tradition, and it's just wonderful to be at an occasion like this for a WSPS World Cup here in India. So that's how it finished in qualification. People's Republic of China at the top with Chung Sui-ping on 627.7, and Veronika Vadovichova of Slovakia in second place in qualification, 624.9, and Irina Shetnik, who's never really out of the top positions when it comes to a qualification, on 624.7. Ivani Lakara, the Paralympic champion, who has made this final. And it's People's Republic of China. Second athlete is Xiera Wang Wu. He's only 23 years old. And a great achievement, not only for China to have two athletes in this final, also in the R1 final there was two athletes from the People's Republic of China as well. So the bullseye, 0.5 of a millimetre. Maximum weight of the rifles is 5.5 kilos. The distance is over 10 metres, and there'll be 24 shots, unless of course we go to a shoot-off, in which case there'll be extra shots to decide gold and silver. When we get there, there's still a while to go. That just gives you an idea of what one of the rifles looks like, with some customizable parts of the rifle, such as the butt plate at the back, a cheek piece and cheek rest. It's a very technical piece of equipment, and it's great fun though, firing, I think, over 10 metres particularly. Don't really fancy the 50 metres, to be honest, it's too far, but if you ever get a chance to fire an air rifle over 10 metres, do give it a go, because it's not like being down at the fun fair shooting for teddy bears. This is serious stuff. Medals are at stake here. Now, just in case you're wondering about quota places, because often in the comments we do get questions about the quotas, it's already been decided, and the quota place for the Paralympic Games has been awarded to Mona Agarwal of India, 35 years old, who'll be on firing point D. So just some of our athletes just making their final preparations, settling into this final. It's been a long day so far with qualification, and now the final itself is about to begin in this very historic finals hall. So many medals have been won here over the years, so many records set in the Dr. Karni Singh shooting range. So 5 minutes of preparation and sighting time is now on the clock. And we'll tick down, and it just gives the athletes just a chance just to settle into the finals hall. For some of them it's their first time here in New Delhi, so there's quite a bit to get used to. So we'll have a closer look at the athletes in just a second for you. If you are just joining us, then welcome along to our YouTube channel. Do like the video, do subscribe to the channel as well. That'll make sure the YouTube algorithm works in your favour. Not only will it notify you of new content, it'll also notify you of live broadcasts as well, so you can keep up to date with everything that's happening here in New Delhi at this 2024 WSPS World Cup. So 2 series of 5 shots will be the beginning of this final, and then once we're finished with the second series of 5 shots, we'll move to individual shots, and our first elimination is after 12 shots. That'll decide 8th place. 7th will be eliminated after 14 shots, and then the eliminations continue after every 2 shots right the way up to the medal stages. Bronze medals decided after shot 22, and the gold and silver over shot 24. So Irina Shetnik of Ukraine is on firing point A. We just saw her there briefly with those very recognisable long hair and plaited hair. And she's sitting resting on her stool down on firing point A. So Irina Shetnik is the world record holder in this discipline, the R2 women's 10-metre air rifle standing SH1 category. And she's such a specialist in this classification. Will it be another medal today for the 24-year-old from Ukraine? So here is Irina Shetnik on firing point A. So still. I just find it absolutely fascinating these athletes are able to stay so focused and so still. Silver medalist in the Lima World Championships last year, but has plenty of other golds. Was also a bronze medalist at the Tokyo Paralympic Games, and also picked up a gold in the 2018 World Cup. So this is Hanik Puji Hastuti of Indonesia, 28 years old now, bronze medalist in Alain in the World Cup 2021. And now moving on to Veronika Valavichova of Slovakia, 41 years old now, silver medalist at Rotterdam at the Para-European Games. Paralympic Championships, should I say, and 2022 World Champion. That was in Alain. I was there myself to witness both of those achievements that I've just mentioned for Veronika Valavichova. She's on firing point C. And on firing point D, Mona Agarwal already has the quota place for India. Next to her on firing point E is Anna Benson of Sweden, 39 years old. And alongside Anna is one of 2 athletes from the People's Republic of China. This is 23-year-old Xia Wang Uyu. Now for the second athlete from India. This is Avani Lakara, who's on firing point G. She's the Paralympic champion. And next to her, who you're seeing on your screen right now, is Cheng Shuapieng of the People's Republic of China. 2 athletes from China, 2 from India. Irina Shetnik representing Ukraine, Veronika Valavichova for Slovakia, Hastuti representing Indonesia, and Anna Benson of Sweden. So just 5 seconds now to go on the clock, and then this final will begin.
Start.
So here's how they line up then. Irina Shetnik of Ukraine on firing point A. Then we've got Hanik Puji Hastuti of Indonesia on firing point B. The illustrious Veronika Valavichova, so many achievements over the years, on firing point C. Mona Agarwal, who already has the quota place. That was decided by the virtue of qualification and the fact that the other athletes have theirs. So Mona Agarwal has already achieved a Paralympic quota place today. Anna Benson of Sweden is on firing point E. Then Xiara Wangyu of People's Republic of China on firing point F. Avani Lakara on firing point G. And Cheng Shuipieng on firing point H, also representing People's Republic of China. So we have the Paralympic champion in this final, that's Avani Lakara of India on firing point G, and we also have the world record holder, Irina Shetnik of Ukraine on firing point A. You can see Irina there just off to the right of your picture a few seconds ago. 10.9 is the highest individual score. People ask me, why is it not 11? And then I say, just don't ask me. So at this stage, in the first series of 5 shots, it's all about your grouping. Trying to get as many shots as close to the centre of the target. And our graphics and heat maps there will show you the shot patterns. The brightest yellow circle being the most recent shot, and then the fainter yellow shots are the shots prior to that. So really at the end of this 5-shot series you want to be with around 51 points or possibly higher if you can manage it, and that kind of score will certainly not only be a world-class score, but it's also highly likely to get you towards the top of the scoreboard. A 10.8 from Hastuti of Indonesia. Great shot at this stage, so good to get a high shot in the 10s early in a final. Does the world of wonders for your confidence. Such a great shot of Vadovichova, just with that traditional blonde hair over the visor. And a 9.7 from Vadovichova, shake of the head as well. Said all we need to know. So a score of 52 from Xiara Wangyu of People's Republic of China. That's a great score, and a final shot in this series of 10.6. So Vadovichova finishes on a score of 51. As I said, if you can finish over 51, you'll certainly be there or thereabouts in the scoreboard, but a score of 52 is even more impressive. So Mona Agarwal of India, still with 1 shot left. Last shot was a 10.4. Already has a quota place. That was decided because of her qualification score and the fact that the other athletes have quota places already allocated to them or to their countries. So Avani Lakara, the Paralympic champion, last to shoot. Last shot was a 10.6. And finishes with another 10.6, so a score of 51.1. So there's a tie at the top, and it's Xiara Wangyu of People's Republic of China tied at the top with Irina Shetnik, both on a score of 52. And you can see the Paralympic logo next to Mona Agarwal's name to confirm that the Paralympic quota place has already been awarded, currently on a score of 51.8. But you just look at some of those differences. 0.2 between Agarwal and the two at the top, who are tied on 52.0, and then some other very narrow differences right the way down to 8th place. So this is now the second series of 5 shots, and it's after these 5 shots that the final really starts to take place, and it starts to take shape, and it gives you an idea of who perhaps is going to be fighting it out for the bronze, silver and gold medals. Saying that, we had a terrific performance in our R1 final earlier on, where Galagavros of Greece rose from around 7th or 6th position, was in danger of elimination at one point, and managed to get right up near the top and went away with a bronze medal. But our attention's on this final. Shetnik, last shot with a 10.7, and she was tied for the lead. So will we have a clear leader at the end of this second series of 5 shots? Lakara, the Paralympic champion, with a 10.8 and now a 10.4. We did have a 10.9 in the earlier final today. Hopefully we'll get one in this final at some point. But the last final, the R1 final, had all sorts of drama. A shoot-off, a battle till the end, a clear leader, and also quota places awarded to Kazakhstan. So Hastuti has completed the second series of 5 shots. Last shot was a 10.6. And that's a great total. 103.5 is going to have her up near the top. And if you can get a score of anything over 104 after the second series of 5 shots, then you're pretty much guaranteed to be either at the top or certainly fighting for the lead. Great final shot from Valoviceva, 10.8. So Shetnik still with a shot left, as is Agarwal, also Anna Benson. Ivani Lakara, the Paralympic champion, still 1 shot to go. Also Chung Shuiping, who's on firing point H, the second athlete representing People's Republic of China in this R2 women's 10-meter air rifle standing SH1 final. So final shot in that series of 9.9 from Shetnik. That will affect the top of the scoreboard. And Shetnik, who was tied for the top, slips down to 3rd. .3 final shot from Lakara, the Paralympic champion. So all athletes now completed that second 5-shot series. So Lakara of India leads the competition, much to the applause of the Indian supporters here, not only in their home nation, but in the capital of this historic country, in New Delhi. It's Ivani Lakara who leads this competition by the narrowest of margins. A 0.1 gap between Lakara and Hastuti. And you can see Mona Agarwal of India, the second athlete representing India in this final, already awarded the Paralympic quota place. That was on the basis of qualification earlier on, because all other athletes have either claimed or have had their country take a quota place. So now we move into single shots. So if you are just joining us on YouTube or Facebook, hello and welcome. My name is Rory McAllister. I'm your commentator. Feel free to leave your own comments and like and subscribe if you are on YouTube. That way you'll get the content sent to your laptop or your mobile phone or tablet. So our first elimination will be after shot number 12. So Valoviceva has some work to do, because the last shot of a 9.2 from the 41-year-old, that's a real surprise. Her last shot in the 5-shot series was in the 9s, and that one's in the 9s. So Valoviceva, who I believe left the World Championship final in 8th place, now finds herself here in 8th place in this World Cup R2 final. Meanwhile, Hastuti at the top, representing Indonesia, having a great final so far on 114.1. So this next shot will decide our first elimination. It could be Veronika Radoviceva, and that's certainly something I wouldn't have predicted before this final started. Meanwhile, Shetnik, who was at the top, now finds herself in 6th, but there are just those narrow differences in between most of the athletes in this final. So 10.5 from Radoviceva. That's certainly a recovery. Is it enough? So our first elimination from this final, representing Slovakia, it is Veronika Radoviceva. Who would have thought? 8th place in this World Cup final here in New Delhi. Perhaps because she already has a Paralympic quota place, so no real pressure on her today in order to get the quota place, because it was already awarded to Mona Agarwal, who now leads this competition for India in front of her home supporters. What a day it's been for Mona. 35 years old now, and the elder of the two Indian athletes. And Agarwal leads this competition on 124.3. So if you are just joining us, Veronika Radoviceva of Slovakia has already left this final in 8th place. Anna Benson of Sweden is currently in 7th place at the moment with a 0.7 gap behind Hastuti, who was leading this competition at one point. A great shot from Anna Benson with that 10.7. Also Mona Agarwal of India. A fantastic 10.7 at this stage of the final.
Score of 10.7, first place. Second place, Dekra from India. And we have tied third place between Shutatsiki from Ukraine.
So it's a tie for third, and that's for Xiala Wangyul of People's Republic of China alongside Elina Shetnik of Ukraine. Meanwhile, it's the two Indian athletes at the top in first and second, much to the delight of the crowd who are watching here. It's Agarwal who leads already with that quota place. Maybe that's why she's performing so well. The pressure is off in terms of Paralympic quota places. It's just the pressure now of trying to take a medal. Bronze, silver or gold. Will it go that way today for India? I'm sure there'll be an awful lot of noise if India gets some medals, or even just one medal in this final. Great to see some 10.5s going in at this stage of the final. It just keeps everything alive. But we now have our next elimination. Anna Benson of Sweden will be leaving this final in 7th place. The 39-year-old finishes on a total of 142.8. And Anna Benson moves over to take a seat and watch the rest of this final unfold in front of her. So this is shot 15 coming up. Our next elimination will be after shot 16. Shetnik with an 8.9. A whole 2.0 away from the perfect score of a 10.9. That's wide by some margin. So 10.6 from Cheng Shuiping. Shake of the head from Shetnik. She knows she's down near the bottom in 5th place. There's only 0.5 in front of Xiang Wangyu. So this next shot decides 16th. This is our 16th shot, so it decides 6th place. Great shot from Lakara, the Paralympic champion. 10.7. Couple of 10.6 from the other athletes, and a third 10.6 coming in. That's from Irina Shetnik, a nice recovery from that 8.9 shot a few moments ago. So we now decided 6th place, and Xiara Wangyu. So representing the People's Republic of China, the first Chinese athlete to leave this final. Safety flag will be inserted into her rifle, and for today it's 6th place. So Shetnik of Ukraine now finds herself in 5th place, in danger of elimination unless she can make some sort of recovery. Hastuti of Indonesia in 4th place and was leading the final at one point. Lakara of India in 3rd. We have Cheng of China in 2nd place, and then Agarwal of India still leading the competition on 166.4. So you also see Mona Agarwal there, not only leading the competition on that total of 166.4, but the Paralympic logo signifying the allocation of the quota place for the Paralympic Games. Another great shot from the Paralympic champion in Tokyo, Lakara, with a 10.7. Hastuti with a 10.0. Agarwal 10.1. Shetnik with a 10.1. You just want to try and keep the scores in the 10s if you can, and Cheng does that with a 10.5. So it's Agarwal of India who leads. Will it be India's first gold medal today? Who knows? There's still a gap of 0.1, and Cheng from the People's Republic of China has been shooting so well. There's a gap of 0.5 between 2nd and 3rd place. A gap of 1.4 between 3rd and 4th. And then a 0.4 gap. Irina Shetnik of Ukraine, the world record holder. Under this kind of pressure, can she make up this 0.4 difference? Let's just see what Irina Shetnik can pull off here. I certainly wouldn't be surprised if she was to survive, but this is a world-class competition. Hastuti with a 10.1, Lakara with a 10.2, Agarwal, great shot, there we have it! The first 10.9 in this final, and it's flown in from the 35-year-old who already has a Paralympic quota place from today, and also with the first 10.9 of this final. So our next elimination now taking place, leaving in 5th, representing Ukraine, Irina Shetnik puts the safety flag, that's that bit of plastic there, into the rifle and puts it down on the rest, and will now try to move over as quickly as she can to take her seat to watch the rest of this final. So for 24-year-old Irina Shetnik, the world record holder from Ukraine, it wasn't meant to be for today. So are India in for their first gold medal of the day? We will find out over the next few minutes. Mona Agarwal already with that Paralympic quota place, leads on a total of 187.4. There's a 0.8 gap, and that's quite sizable in rifle shooting at this standard in a competition such as this at a World Cup here in New Delhi. So Agarwal of India still leads. The total now 197.5. And that means there's a 0.5 gap between Agarwal at the top and Chung of the People's Republic of China. So once again, another very interesting final unfolding in front of us. So Hastuti of Indonesia, who led the competition for a short while earlier on, now finds herself in 4th place, 1.7 behind the current Paralympic champion Lakara. So real pressure now on Hastuti of Indonesia. Was doing so well earlier on in this final. Can she survive? It's a big task with a 1.7 gap. But with a 10.7, that's certainly one way to keep your spirits up and keep the final alive. Great shot from Agarwal, 10.6. And Chung, that's a terrific shot at this stage of the final, 10.7. So our next elimination in 4th place and just missing out on a medal for today. 28-year-old Hanik Puji Hastuti of Indonesia inserts her safety flag and leaves this final in 4th place. I did have a quick chat with Hanik before the final began, and she was in good spirits. I'm sure we'll be happy with 4th place today. And I'm sure, of course, she would have preferred to get a medal, but seemed happy enough to be in the final today here in New Delhi. So just making the adjustments to her wheelchair just so that she can make her way out and back to watch the rest of this final. So India are guaranteed 2 medals. And I'm sure the roof will be blasted off the top of the Dr. Karni Singh shooting range, particularly should India manage to get maybe even gold and silver here. We'll have to see how it unfolds. People's Republic of China still have a chance to take gold. Chung Shuiping, who has shot so well, currently in the silver medal position. This is the battle now for the medals. Terrific shot from Mona Agarwal, a 10.8 to take her score up to 218.9. The whistles and the claps and the applause from the Indian crowd just ringing round the Dr. Karni Singh shooting range. What a shot at this stage, just 0.1 off the perfect score of a 10.9. Meanwhile, Avani Lakara with a 10.4 and Chung Shuiping with a 10.1. So we'll now decide the bronze medal. Avani Lakara of India, the current Paralympic champion, currently in 3rd position. .3 from Lakara, Agarwal with a 10.2. Chung has a chance to try and close the gap and does so just ever so slightly with a 10.3, but first medal for India in the home nation here in New Delhi at this 2024 WSPS World Cup. And Avani Lakara takes a bronze medal for the home nation. Final score of 227.0. Now the Paralympic R2 gold medalist from Tokyo 2020 leaves this final and takes India's first medal, and it's a bronze. So India now also guaranteed a gold or a silver. Let's just see how it unfolds over these next 2 shots. So the gap is only 1.0. Can the People's Republic of China close that gap and take gold? What a day it's been for Mona Agarwal so far, the 35-year-old already with the quota place for the Paris Olympic Games. Now with a chance to get the gold, and with that sign in the background saying shoot for gold, cheering on Chung Shui-Ping. A 10.8 from Mona Agarwal. Big smile as well. This is so great to see. Not only for this athlete, but just here in front of her home crowd as well. Just takes a blow of breath to try and cool down her palms. And now into the final stages, not only with a quota place, but it could be a gold medal as well. What a dream day this could be for Mona Agarwal. And not only for her, but also her coach and for the entire Indian nation, who I'm sure are glued to this final. India is so prolific in the world of rifle shooting, as are the People's Republic of China. These really are the two great nations battling it out for this gold medal. And smiles all around. Happy scenes here in New Delhi so far. There's a 1.6 gap. Can Mona Agarwal add to that Paralympic quota place and bag the gold? And with a 10.8, that's it. It's done. And it's impossible now for Chung to catch up. Mona Agarwal, even she can't believe it. Oh, such wonderful scenes here in New Delhi. Isn't this just wonderful here in the Dr. Karni Singh shooting range? And a gold medal and a final score of 250.7 for 35-year-old Mona Agarwal. And you can see the Paralympic logo there as well with the quota place. And let's not forget the efforts of the silver medalist from the People's Republic of China. What a performance from Chung Shui-Ping. She just pushed Mona all the way to the end, and when it came down to that final shot, there was a gap of 1.6, and the final finished with a gap of 1.9. So 2 medals for India in this R2 women's 10-meter air rifle standing SH1 final. And People's Republic of China on the left of your screen with a silver medal.
Medal representing India goes to Avani Lekra.
So Avani Lekara, the bronze medalist to the right of your screen, also the current Paralympic champion.
Representing People's Republic of China goes to John Chibi.
So Chung Shui-Ping of People's Republic of China takes the silver medal.
We have a gold medal winner. Also, we got contract placed for the Paralympic Paris 2024. Representing India goes to Mona Agarwal.
And what a day for Mona Agarwal. 35 years old, gets handed her rifle. Nice to see the safety flag is there. You want everything to be right and correct. But not only is she a gold medalist here in this World Cup, she also has a quota place so valuable for the Paralympic Games in Paris 2024, which gets underway towards the end of August later this summer. What a day for Mona Agarwal, what a day for India, and what a day for everyone here in New Delhi in the Dr. Karni Singh shooting range. Mona Agarwal kisses her rifle, takes in every single moment of what's happening in front of her. What a moment for this wonderful athlete. What a day, and what a final. That brings our coverage to a close for now. We're back later. We have another 2 finals for you. The P3 mixed 25-meter pistol SH1 is coming up at 3:30 local time here in New Delhi. And our final today is the R4. That's the mixed 10-meter rifle standing SH2. So from myself, Rory McAllister, and from all the team that brought you this transmission, here's how it finished. Mona Agarwal of India, the gold medalist on a score of 250.7. Also with that quota place, you can see the Paralympic logo there in front of you. Then Chung Shui-Ping of the People's Republic of China with the silver medal, and Avani Lekara, the current Paralympic champion, today with a bronze medal. 2 medals for India, 1 for China. It's been a great day so far, and there's still 2 finals to come. Well, we'll see you in a few hours. We'll see you around 3:30 for the next final. That's the P3 mixed 25-meter pistol SH1. From myself, Rory McAllister, and from everyone here for now, we bid you a happy afternoon. Wherever you're watching around the world, goodbye.
The victory ceremony for WSPS World Cup New Delhi, India 2024 will start in a few moments. Representing Greece goes to Sotrios Galakavros. Representing Republic of Korea goes to Lee Chan-ho. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay your respects to the national anthem of Republic of Korea. Congratulate the winners of the R1 Men's 10 meters air rifle SH1 event. Coming up next is the victory ceremony of R2 10 meters air rifle SH1 women's event. Of the R2 women's 10 meter air rifle SH1 event. Goes to Lekha Avni. Finally, the gold medal representing India goes to Agarwal Mona. gentlemen, please pay your respects to the national anthem of India. Air Rifle SH1 event. Next, P3 25 meters mix event SH1 final will take place at 3:30 p.m.
Good afternoon and welcome to New Delhi for the next final in the 2024 WSPS World Cup here at the Dr. Karni Singh shooting range. So much history steeped in this building, so many world records, so many medals, so many eventful finals have taken place here, not just across pistol and rifle, but also in shotgun, of course. This is a facility where all three disciplines can take place. So this has been our schedule today. The earlier finals with the R1 and R2, with Yi Zhang Ho taking gold. Also Mona Agarwal of India. It was their first gold medal of this World Cup. And what a day it was for Mona as well. 35 years old, not only took the gold medal, but also a quota place for the Paris Paralympics. So coming up, we've got a delayed start to this P3 25-metre pistol SH1 mixed final. And then our final event of the day at 5:30 is going to be the R4 final. There are 3 quota places actually available in that R4 final later today. Well, otherwise for today, there is just one gender-free quota place available for this P3 final, which is coming up in a few moments because we've had a delay. So if you are just joining us, welcome along to our YouTube channel. Do like and subscribe to the channel. That way the algorithm on YouTube should then present future content to you and pop it up on your mobile phone, your laptop or your tablet. And likewise, if you are joining us on Facebook, then feel free to like the video. Make your comments of support as well. It's always nice to hear where you're watching in the world. Local time here in New Delhi is 3:30 in the afternoon. So Chief Range Officer has called athletes to the line. And now we go to Amy, our announcer, for the introductions.
WSPS World Cup. My name is Amy, and it is my honor to present you this 25-meter pistol mixed event and our 8 finalists. Please give a big round of applause as I introduce each athlete. On firing point J, representing People's Republic of China. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause, Huang Xin. He is the gold medalist in Asian Para Games 2022 in Hangzhou. On firing point I, representing France. Please give a big round of applause and please welcome Roman Hamaringo. He is the 7th place at the World Championship last year 2023 in Lima. On firing point J, G, representing Hungary. Please give a big round of applause, Krista David. Bronze medalist in ODF, Croatia World Cup 2023. On firing point F, representing Republic of Korea. Please give a big round of applause, Kim Jong-nam. He's a silver medalist in Para-Asian Games in 2022. On firing point E, representing People's Republic of China. Please give a big round of applause, Yang Chao. He is a silver medalist in Changwon World Cup 2023. On firing point D, representing India. Please give a big round of applause, Vikas Pratibha. He's only 19 years the youngest athlete in this final. On firing point B, please give a big round of applause. Please welcome Sergei Marishev, who is a mutual para-athlete and also London Paralympic 2012 silver medalist. The last finalist on firing point A, representing Poland. Please give a big round of applause. Please welcome Szymon Szymański. And he is a Paralympic silver medalist in Tokyo 2022. The jury member in charge of this final is Namnasanan of Thailand. The assistant jury from Islamic Republic Grand Majid Nedabi. The chief range officer for this final is Sepa Lator of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this final and give a big round of applause to our athlete and good luck.
So that's the introductions done with. And Setpal Singh Rathore of India is our Chief Range Officer. I do like the baseball cap. And that is some moustache, isn't it? That certainly takes some sculpting. So if you are just joining us, good afternoon and welcome. This is our third final of the day. This is the P3 mixed 25 metre pistol SH1 final. That's how it finished in qualification earlier today. 5.89, the top score, 9 hits in front between the two athletes from People's Republic of China. Keng Junnam, a name so famous amongst finals, on 5.73, also with Christina David of Hungary, and then Sergei Marishlev, who is a neutral para athlete, qualifying on 5.67. 5.66 for Vikesh Batawal. An amazing day for Vikesh because he's only 19 years old, has made this final. And there's Romain Ramalingam, who got such a big welcome when he came into the field of play on 5.66. So 10.2 is the score you need to register for a hit on these electronics targets controlled by Seus, a company so synonymous with the world of shooting. And 85 millimeters is the center of the bullseye. So distance is 25 meters, and that just gives you an idea of what one of the pistols looks like. Maximum weight of 1.4 kilos is that minimum trigger pull of 1 kilo as well, 1,000 grams if you prefer. So it just needs to exert a bit of effort when it comes to firing this 5.6 millimeter caliber pistol. One of my favorite events, this one coming up, the P3, and we're about to get underway here in New Delhi. The athletes are just settling in. So if you are just joining us, do let us know where you're watching from around the world. Let's celebrate the world of para shooting and the world of para sport in general. Local time here in New Delhi is 3:35, and it's a weekend. It's Saturday the 9th of March, but we don't rest. We carry on no matter what day of the week it is in the world of parachuting. This is day one of competition and our third final. We've got one more still to come for you later on today. I'm also going to bring you coverage of the medal ceremonies as well. Those medal ceremonies will happen after our final event today, which is the R4 final, the mixed 10 metre rifle standing SH2. In the meantime, though, crowds are still gathering in the finals hall here at the Dr. Karni Singh shooting range.
Preparation begins now.
So Chief Range Officer is just getting everything set up now for this P3 mixed 25 metre pistol SH1 final. So if you're watching at home, well, I'll say good afternoon to you. It's the afternoon here in the centre of New Delhi in India. We are 5.5 hours in front of GMT time. So if you're over in South America or in the United States or Canada, then it'll be very early in the morning. Nice to see you up this early. And likewise, if you're over in the Far East, then it'll be late into the evening. Either way though, doesn't really matter what time it is, just as long as you love the world of parachuting. That's why you've come along and that's why you're here. My name is Rory McAllister and I'll be your commentator for this P3 mixed 25 metre pistol SH1 classification final. So 8 athletes battling it out for 3 medals, bronze, silver and gold. That'll be decided later on. And in between time, we've also got one gender-free quota place available in this final. Lots of you asked questions about quota places. Are there any quota places in this final? Yes, there is one quota place available. It is gender free, and we'll see how it unfolds and how it's all going to work out, because the Paralympic Games are ever fast approaching when you think that they start at the end of August. So it's only two countries, or one country in terms of France, that are eligible for the quota place, and also Sergei Malyshev, who is a neutral para athlete, is also eligible for a quota place at the Paralympic Games. He was the silver medalist in London in 2012 in the R3, so he knows what it's like to compete at the Paralympic level. So just looking at Romain Ramelingom of France, just loading up his magazine. Such a nice guy. If you were watching the finals back in Elaine towards the tail end of last year, that was in the 50 metres. Romain had an amazing final, got a silver medal in that one, and I just urge you to watch it back. You'll see what I mean when you actually come to watch the final itself. That was in Elaine at the World Cup in December 2023.
Ready.
So I think we were going to start on firing point A, but we seem to have moved on to firing point B, and that was Sergei Malyshev, who is a neutral para athlete. So now just one shot left for each athlete in this second series. And big cheers ringing round the finals hall here at the Dr. Karni Singh shooting range, as Simon Sawinski of Poland now one in front on 4 hits. 3 athletes all tied on 3, another 3 athletes tied on 2 hits. And Sergei Malyshev now finds himself in 8th place. So here comes our 3rd series. After the 4th series, we'll have our first elimination from this final.
Attention.
So Huang Xin, the only one with 3 in a row so far. And on the 4th shot, it's a miss for him. On to a total of 7 though. And now the final total of 8 after that series. Sawinski on 9. So hand raised by Vikash Batival. So we'll just see what Vikash Batival's appeal is. Meanwhile, it's still Sawinski of Poland who leads just by 1 hit though. 9 hits for the Polish athlete. Van Huanqin on 8 hits, and Vikash Batival of India on 7th. Perhaps he's saying that because the last 3 were hits, it was just the first 2 that were classed as misses. So just Simon Sawinski from Poland nearest our screens, looking very calculated and cool and calm exactly how you need to be when you're in a final such as this.
Next heat. Ready.
So this is our final series of 5 shots until there is an elimination from this final.
Attention.
So Chief Range Officer calls attention. Athletes lower their pistol to 45 degrees. They then have 3 seconds to take their shot. And they have a resting period of 7 seconds. So Savinsky looking like he's going to keep this lead. The first athlete to go into the double figures. And ends that series on 12 hits. That's very impressive indeed. But we have a tie because David and Malishev both on 5 hits. So it looks like now there will be a shoot-off, but David with an overtime on that 3rd shot, so it still means that Roman Ramalingam and Kim Jung Nam are both tied on 7 hits in 5th place. Tied for 3rd, Batival and Yang, both on 8. And then Huang Xin in 2nd place and Savinsky who leads. So here comes the shoot-off between Malishev and David.
For net number T and B. David and Malaysia. Shoot off series. Ready.
So without that overtime, David would have made it into the next stage of this final, clear, and Malishev would have left, but because of the overtime, it now means it goes to a shoot-off, both tied on 5 hits.
Attention.
The attention command is given, the pistol gets lowered to 45 degrees. A 7-second rest time, then 3 seconds to take the shot. And Malishev with a hit, David with a miss. David with a 2nd miss in a row, Malishev with a miss. Malishev still has the advantage. And it's still that 1 hit that separates these 2 athletes. And now it's tied. It could come down to this final shot in the shoot-off, otherwise we'll go again. And both with a miss, would you believe it? Both tied on 5 and still tied on 1, so the Malishev goes 1 hit in front. Christina David also with a hit. Now this time they both miss, so Malishev still 1 hit in front. And it's a hit for Malishev and a hit for David. But this shoot-off has come to a conclusion. Malishev with 3 and Christina David with 2 hits. So Christina David of Hungary leaves this final in 8th place. It wasn't to be today for the 48-year-old. And now she'll just watch the rest of this final. So
The 3rd place we have tied between Batibar from India and Yang Chao
So I did have a chat with Christina before the final. She certainly seemed in good spirits. We're having a bit of a laugh and joke about her age, because when we were discussing it, she couldn't quite remember exactly how old she was. So she did tell me, just say 40 something. So there you go, Christina. I have honoured your command, and I've just declared your age just then as 40 something. So Sawinski of Poland still leads the competition.
Attention.
Sawinski 2 hits in a row so far, looking unstoppable. Wang Shen with those 2 hits now has a miss. Likewise, Sawinski misses 2. So after Sawinski missed as well, this time it's Huang with a miss. This time Sawinski has a hit. And Sawinski finishes with another hit, so that's 4 out of 5 in that series. Very impressive. So now we have our next elimination. So Sergei Malyshev, the silver medalist from the London Paralympic Games, leaves this final in 7th place. So it means that Roman Ramalingom is confirmed with a quota place for the Paralympic Games in Paris, his own country, later this summer. What a day for Roman. So 6 athletes left. I wonder how Roman Ramalingom is feeling at the moment, knowing that that quota place is secure. Well, Sawinski with a hit, likewise Huang also with a hit. And Huang can't keep up that hitting streak, 3 in a row, just with the last miss. I still don't think we've had an athlete get all 5 in a series as of yet. And it's another shoot off in this P3 mixed 25 meter pistol SH1 final. Kim Jungnam against Roman Ramalingom.
Next command, only head number A and head number I.
So this is the second shoot-off of this P3 mixed 25 meter pistol SH1 final. If you are just joining us on YouTube or Facebook, hello and welcome along. You've joined at the right time. We've had 2 eliminations so far. Christina David and Sergei Malyshev both left the final. Now it's a shoot-off between Kim Jungnam and Roman Ramalingom. So advantage to this French athlete. And just see the recoil there as well on a 25-meter pistol like this. It's incredibly difficult. Just trying to keep your arm outstretched as still as possible. So both now on 2 hits, could come down to this last one in this second shoot-off of this final. And indeed, it's just been nicked at the last minute, and Roman Ramalingam with a hit survives and carries on into this final. It means representing the Republic of Korea, Kim Jung-nam now leaves this final in 6th place. So Zawinski of Poland still leads. He's in front by 4 hits. That's a sizable gap in a final like this at this stage. So you can see Roman Ramalingam switches up into 5th place, survives to fight on into another series. Also with the Paralympic logo there, the quota place confirmed.
Next series, ready.
So Zawinski, will he just keep on hitting? Is he destined to become a gold medalist today here in New Delhi at this 2024 WSPS World Cup?
Attention.
Zawinski with a hit, Yang with a hit. Zawinski is just looking so good. 2 hits in a row so far in this series. And Roman Ramalingam with a miss at the end of that series, which means he now leaves in 5th place.
5th place in this final. Representing France goes to Roman Ramalingam. Once again,
So Roman Ramalingam of France, much to the applause of the French team and the French supporters who are gathered here in New Delhi. Also with that quota place, I think he's bound to give a wave. He normally does. And there we go, there is the traditional Roman Ramalingam wave to the crowd. A great moment for this French athlete. Such a nice guy as well. Just always so polite, always has a joke and something funny to say. So Zawinski of Poland, it was a lead of 4 hits, it's now a lead of 3 hits. And the 2 athletes from the People's Republic of China in 2nd and 3rd place, so still not out of the gold medal chase. And then Vikash Batival, 19 years old, here on home soil in New Delhi, India. Possibly could get a medal, but he is 2 hits behind Yang of China. So Zawinski with 3 misses in a row, just shows you the gap is now closed to 2 hits. Zawinski with a vital hit in that last shot, 1 to go in this series. And that series concludes, so it does mean that 19-year-old Vikash Batival of India. And you do have to feel for him because finishing in 4th place, no medal for the 19-year-old today. but still he'll build on this performance, he'll build on this confidence that he's had coming into this final, and at 19 years old surely he has a very bright future ahead of him. Just takes quite a slow walk back to his coach and to sit down. And that's a pretty good day's work for 19-year-old Vikash Batival. So 2 athletes from the People's Republic of China remain. These are the medalists. It now depends what order. Savinsky of Poland, meanwhile, is now 2 hits in front on 21-19. So Szymon Savinsky of Poland, can he hang on to this gold medal position? Just see there, Szymon Savinsky just controlling his breathing pretty well as he can. 23 hits now. And Yang now finds himself just 1 behind. Will it go level? Just 1 shot between each of the athletes, but it does mean that the bronze medal is confirmed, and the People's Republic of China have a bronze medal. And Huang Xin finishes with a total of 21 hits. It's a bronze medal for the People's Republic of China. One thing's for sure, they're guaranteed another medal. It just now depends whether or not it's going to be silver or gold. So Szymon Savinsky of Poland versus Yang Xiao of the People's Republic of China.
Next series, ready.
Savinsky now on 23 hits, Yang on 22. It's just 1 hit that separates these two. There was a lead of 4 hits at one point from Savinsky of Poland, and that gap has just been reduced over the last few series. And now we decide the gold and silver medals. So it's gone level for the first time at the top. Oh, and a hit from both athletes. Oh, this time Savinsky with a miss, so Yang for the first time goes into the lead in this final. And now 2 shots in front, so that's the gold medal confirmed. And the best Savinsky could do there was try and get to 25. Just the pressure in the end, I think, got to him. So Savinsky, that led for so long, slips down to a silver medal. And it does mean that Yang Xiao will take a wave and maybe even take a bow. There we go. It's another gold medal for the People's Republic of China. 2 medals in this final, a bronze and a gold. And Szymon Savinsky of Poland seems delighted nonetheless with a silver medal this afternoon here in New Delhi. So highlights of this final, hopefully coming up for you in just a second. Meanwhile, we're just going to present the medalists and get them lined up for the official announcements.
So, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, taking bronze medal, representing People's Republic of China, goes to Huang Xin.
So Huang Xin is the bronze medalist in this P3 final.
Silver medal, representing Poland, goes to Szymon Savinsky.
So Szymon Savinsky, and a big punch in the air with both fists. He's a silver medalist today.
Congratulations for the gold medal winner, representing People's Republic of China, goes to Yang Xiao.
So Young Chow is the gold medalist here in this P3 final. Another medal for the 44-year-old, and it means 2 medals from this final from the People's Republic of China. What an afternoon for this team. They've brought such a strong squad here to New Delhi, and thumbs ups to the camera. And just posing for the photographs, which no doubt you'll see across social media platforms later today. So local time here in New Delhi is 4:10 in the afternoon, and our next final for you coming up in 1 hour 20 minutes. We'll be on air at around 5:15 local time, so in just under 1 hour we'll be back with the mixed 10-meter rifle standing SH2 final. That's the R4 category. So that's how it finished. Yang Chao of the People's Republic of China with a gold medal on 27 hits. Managed to overtake Savinsky of Poland in the dying moments and the closing moments of that final. And also Huang of the People's Republic of China with the bronze medal on 21 hits. So some highlights coming up for you of that final, live here on our YouTube and Facebook channels. Thank you very much for joining us so far. We'll have coverage of the medal ceremonies as well. That's later on after our next final, which is the R4 final that starts at 5:30. What a final that was if you joined us for the P3 mixed 25-meter pistol SH1. It didn't disappoint. It had drama from start to finish. 2 shoot-offs in the final, as it was so close at certain times. There's 19-year-old Vikesh Batival of India. Nice to see big smiles on his face. He finished 4th in this final. He's only 19 years old. Just started so strong and was up at the top for most of this final, but our first elimination did go to a shoot-off, and that was between Christina David and Sergei Malishev. So we'll be back on air with our next final, which is coming up for you at 5:30 local time. We're back on air around 5:15. For me and the rest of the team, we'll leave you with these highlights, and we'll see you shortly. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Dr. Karni Singh shooting range here in the heart of New Delhi for the 2024 WSPS World Cup. It's our fourth final of the day. I know, it's been a busy one. We've had 3 already and now we're about to get underway with our next final. That's the R4 mixed 10-metre air rifle standing SH2 category. So that's our schedule. It's been a busy day for day one. Things do calm down a little bit as we move and progress throughout the week, but the next final due to start at 5:30 local time here in New Delhi at the moment. The time is just coming up to 5:20. We are 5.5 hours in front of GMT timing. So wherever you are around the world, welcome along to our YouTube channel. Do like and subscribe to the channel. Do make your comments. Support the world of parachuting and parasport in general. Also, let us know where you are in the world watching us, and if you're on Facebook, you can do the same. So Amy, our announcer, is just about to get underway with the proceedings and introductions for this R4 final.
Need to give a big round of applause as I introduce each athlete.
To dream, believe in strength, now I'm the only one.
Please give a big round of applause, Vitaly Plakush. He's a gold medalist in OGX World Cup in Croatia 2023. On 5.G, representing New Zealand. Please give a big round of applause, Michael Johnson. Gold medalist in World Cup in OGX Croatia 2019. On 5.F, representing France. Please give a big round of applause, Tanguy Dira Forest. He's a gold medalist in Changwon World Cup 2023. On 5.E, representing Brazil. Please give a big round of applause, Alexandre Gaugani. Silver medalist in Pan America Games in Lima 2019. On 5.D, representing Georgia. Please give a big round of applause, Vladimir Chicharaoli. Bronze medalist World Cup 2014. On 5.C, representing France. Please give a big round of applause, Kevin Leo. He is the gold medalist in Changwon World Cup 2022. On 5.B, representing Sweden. Please give a big round of applause, Philip Johnson. Gold medalist in the Allied 2018.
To dream, believe you are the strength, you're all I need.
Last but not least, on 5.A, representing Republic of Korea. Please give a big round of applause, Lee Young-ho. He is the silver medalist in World Championship Lima 2023. The jury member in charge of this final is Somaya Iman Edin from United Arab Emirates. Assistant jury in this final is Alexander Mernick of Australia. The chief rank officer for this final is Sudhir Tomar of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this final and good luck to all our athletes.
Made on the field of play, and those are the athletes lining up for this R4 mixed 10-metre air rifle standing SH2 final. The chief range officer gives the command to take your positions, and it's so important that each of the athletes follow the commands of the chief range officer throughout the final. Don't want any penalties handed out, so Sudhir Tomar of India is the man in charge. So welcome along. If you're watching on Facebook, then hello to you. Likewise, if you're on YouTube, then hello to you as well. You can like and subscribe to the channel. That way content will pop up for you on your phone, tablet or on your laptop. And you can be notified of all our live broadcasts and any of the content for WSPS. An exciting year because the Paralympic Games starts towards the end of August this year. And all attention really is on the Paralympic Games and on quota places throughout this World Cup. So always there's lots of questions about quota places in the comments, so I'll just address that for you now. So there were 3 quota places available for this final, 1 for a female athlete and 2 gender-free quota places. So in qualification, because of other athletes already claiming their quota place, it was Madison Champion of the USA who took the quota place by virtue of the qualification process into the final. And then the 2 gender-free quotas are available between Sweden, Georgia, France and New Zealand. This is what happened in qualification earlier on. No surprise for me to see Tanguy de la Forêt of France at the top, 633.6, closely followed by Kevin Leo, also representing France. 2 very strong R4 rifleists in this final. Michael Johnson of New Zealand on 632.0, just 0.3 behind Kevin Leo. And then down towards the bottom, we had Vladimir Cinciaroli representing Georgia, who qualified and snuck in 8th place. So 10 metres is the distance over 24 shots, unless of course it does go to a shoot-off, in which case we'll have additional shots to decide gold and silver. Maximum weight of the rifle 5.5 kilos, and the bullseye just 0.5 of a millimetre. I know every single time I say that I have to take a breath just to think how impossible this sport is. Unless of course you're world class, in which case it's very possible. So that gives you an idea of what one of the rifles looks like. There are customizable parts of the rifle, such as the butt at the back and also the cheek plates. And then you can have various different colours as well. And there are certain regulations that you have to adhere to, but mostly on the whole, all of these athletes know exactly what they're doing. Now there's a very charming man indeed. That's Sudhir Tomar of India, who I'm sure is very proud to be the Chief Range Officer again for this final in his home nation of India. And 5 minutes of preparation and sighting time is now added to the clock. Once the preparation and sighting time is over, there'll be 2 series of 5 shots, which will then take us to 10 shots in total. Then we'll start the individual shots, and our first elimination will be after 12 shots, and then elimination every 2 shots after that, up to 24. So Lee Mung-yo of Republic of Korea, 44 years old now, silver medalist in Lima at the World Championships last year, 2023. Here's Philip Jonsson, who was telling me that where he lives in Sweden over Christmas, the snow was 1/2 metre deep. I think even the record in Great Britain is only about 30 centimetres, so Philip was saying 1/2 metre, and that's in the southern part of Sweden. It was even higher if you go north. So if you like your snow, you know where to go. Kevin Leo representing France, who is a former European champion, also a gold medalist in Changwon at the World Cup a few years ago in 2022. And here's Vladimir Cinciaroli. Shame we can't see his face, just blocked by the CS monitor. But I can assure you that Vladimir is behind that monitor, representing Georgia, also eligible for a quota place today, as is Philip Jonsson. And here's Alexandre Augusto Galgani representing Brazil, who's a silver medalist in the Lima Para Pan Am Games in 2019, now 40 years old. Next up here is Tanguy de la Forêt. It's impossible to count how many medals this athlete has, but there's one of them from Changwon in the World Cup 2023. And I was there in the World Cup in Al Ain in December last year to see Tanguy go into 3 finals and take a gold medal in all 3 of those. I'm pretty sure there was even a world record broken. Yes, on the 10th of December in this R4 mixed air rifle standing SH2. I think he might have even had two world records, but there was certainly one from memory. And his world record in this event stands at 255.5. So Michael Johnson of New Zealand is next on firing point G. Here he is. Bronze medalist at the London 2012 Paralympic Games, also a gold medalist in Osijek in Croatia 2019. In the last Paralympic Games he was 6th in the final. And then our final athlete to be introduced to us. This is Vitali Plakushi, silver medalist in Rotterdam at the 2023 European Para Championships. I was there myself that day on commentary, and it was a great moment for Vitali. He's also a gold medalist in Oshek at the World Cup 2023, as a silver medal from the Munich World Cup in 2022, plus so many other medals across R5 and R9 events. So once again, will it be a good day for the French team, in particular Tanguy de la Forêt, now 45 years old. Such a prolific force in the world of parachuting. It's great to see so many of the world's best that have gathered here in New Delhi for this 2024 WSPS World Cup. So just over 1 minute to go on the preparation and sighting time. So if you have been watching us throughout the day, then thank you very much for doing so. Local time here in New Delhi is 5:28, and this final is due to start promptly at 5:30. If you're joining us on Facebook or YouTube, feel free to leave your comments. It's always nice to see you supporting the world of parachuting, and also do tell us where you are watching around the world. As we just approach the 30-second marker, the Chief Range Officer will give the command that 30 seconds remains on the preparation and sighting time.
30 seconds.
There it is. And now the athletes know that we're about to get underway with this final. And you can just see in the background as well, one of the jury members, that's Alexander Malanik of Australia. Roman Ramalingam, who picked up a quota place in the last final, finished 5th, but at the same time, with that quota place, that's a massive achievement in itself. So 2 series of 5 shots, which will take us to 10, and then we'll have our individual shots, and the 12th shot will eliminate 8th place. So here's how they line up: Republic of Korea on firing point A, Sweden on B, France, first of 2, the French athletes on C in the form of Kevin Leo, Georgia on D, Brazil on firing point E, France on F, New Zealand on G, and finally Ukraine on firing point H. So start has been given, 4 minutes 10 are on the clock. This is it, the start of the R4 10-meter air rifle standing SH2 final here in New Delhi. 10.8 from Philip Jonsson of Sweden, great opening shot. A 10.8 from Michael Johnson. And Plakushi also with a 10.8. What a start. And E. Munko with a 10.7. I think we're in for a pretty amazing final if this beginning is anything to go by. 10.9 is the highest individual shot. Some great grouping from Kevin Leo, also from Michael Johnson. The brightest of the yellow circles being the most recent shot. The slightly faded yellow circles are the previous shots in the series. .7 from Michael Johnson, another great shot. One more to go for the New Zealander in this series. If you get a score over 52 after the first series, you'll certainly be up there at the top. And Michael Johnson with a 10.8 takes that total to 53.6. That is some total. Very impressive indeed after the first series of 5 shots. Just look at that grouping. Just hardly wavering anywhere outside the 10 ring. .8 from Plakushi. Shake of the head from De La Forêt. Got 10.1 nonetheless, but still a total of 52.4. So just Lee Mung-hyo of Republic of Korea to shoot now. Last shot was a 10.6. So some great grouping from Kevin Leo, score of 52.9, but just one athlete over the 53 marker, and that's Michael Johnson of New Zealand. Has come to this final meaning business, surely. And the whoops and claps and cheers from the New Zealand team show that Michael Johnson is in front by 0.7. Kevin Leo of France, 52.9. Just 0.1 in front of Lee Mung-hyo of Republic of Korea. And then those other gaps, just 0.2, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, and a 1.3 gap at the bottom for Galgani of Brazil. So here is the next series of 5 shots. Michael Johnson, the leader, opens up this series with a 10.1. Still without a shot outside of the 10 ring. There he is. Kevin Leo also with a 10.7, a 10.9 from Chincharoli of Georgia, the first 10.9 of this final. 10.8 from Galgani. He certainly needs those scores to try and get higher up the scoreboard. He's in 8th place as it stands at the moment. And Plakushi with a 10.8. .9 from Philip Jonsson of Sweden. Great shot from Philip. Cincinnati with another 10.9 to finish that second 5-shot series. That's a very high total indeed, 105.4. Michael Johnson also with a 10.9, follows that with a 10.6 to get to 106.2. That's sheer world class. It really is out and out by itself in terms of that score. So Galgani with a last shot of a 10.6 has one more to go. It's a 10.5. How does that help his cause at the bottom? Well, Lee Mung-hyo still has 2 shots left. 94.3 now the total for the Korean. So it looks like Galgani will find himself once again in 8th place. Unless, of course, Lee Mung-ho makes an absolute disastrous final shot in this series. So 35 seconds on the clock, just waiting now for Lee Mung-ho to finish his series, does so, 10.5. So it still means that Michael Johnson of New Zealand still leads the competition. There was a total of 53.6 with a 0.7 gap. Now 106.2, and that gap is now 0.4. And Tanguy de la Forêt of France still in the hunt for a medal, 0.3 behind. Still a way to go in this final, but Galgani at the moment 1.1 behind in an R4 final. That's a sizable gap, so there's some work to do for the Brazilian in order to survive in this final. There are 2 shots still to come between now and the first elimination. So this is where we start single shots. This is shot 11, and 50 seconds, 5-0, will be the shot clock for the individual shots.
Start.
So impressive from Michael Johnson, not one shot outside the 10 ring. And he just blasts in another 10.7. And one of the reasons why you do see some higher scores in the R4 is just purely because in this category there's a bit more stability on the rifle than perhaps you would get in some of the other rifle finals. So we're now moving to shot number 12, which will decide 8th place. At the moment, Galgani of Brazil on 113.3 is 1.2 behind Jonsson of Sweden. So it's going to need Galgani's best shot. He was close to that 10.9 earlier, and you have to say he's going to need one and then hope that Philip Jonsson just hits a shot in the 9 ring, but that's not perhaps looking too likely, although Jonsson's in 7th place. He's been shooting too bad. Saying that, there's a 9.7, Galgani with a 10.4, and it's not enough for Galgani to survive. And Philip Jonsson of Sweden now survives into the next stage of this final. So our first elimination from this final, representing Brazil, is Alexandre Augusto Galgani. Finished 0.5 behind Philip Jonsson of Sweden. So still at the top, Michael Johnson of New Zealand as Galgani moves his way over to watch the rest of this final. And the New Zealander is 0.5 in front of the 2 French athletes, De La Forêt and Kevin Leo, are chasing for the medals. Just a reminder about quota places as we look at the scoreboard at the moment. Michael Johnson at the top, 127.5. Now 0.5 in front of Tanguy de la Forêt of France, and Kevin Leo in 3rd place. So quota places available for Sweden, France, New Zealand and Georgia. They're the gender-free quota places that are available. Only 2 quota places can be awarded to any one of those 4 countries. Meanwhile, the female quota place was taken in qualification. That was awarded to Madison Champion of the United States of America. So we've had 13 shots in this final. Next shot is shot 14, and that will eliminate 7th place. At the moment, Philip Jonsson of Sweden, 134.8. Will Philip Johnson survive? He's 0.7 behind. Plakushi, meanwhile, is 0.9 behind E of Republic of Korea. It's a cracking shot from De La Foy, 10.7, but two 10.8s flying in. One from the Georgian, one from the Ukrainian athlete. Such a high standard. There's just hardly any room for error. So we now have our 7th place confirmed in this final. It's Philip Johnson of Sweden. Safety flag is inserted into his rifle. Those are the rules. Now, the only time the safety flag can be out of your rifle is when you're actually competing in the final, once it's actually started with the preparation and sighting time. So Michael Johnson of New Zealand, will he be caught? There's a total of 127. Now it's up to 148.7 with a 0.5 gap. So Tunge De La Foy's just closed the gap ever so slightly. Kevin Leo just behind. 0.5 is the gap. And Chincharoli of Georgia in 4th place. Lee Mung-ho of Republic of Korea in 5th. And Vitaly Plakushi of Ukraine in 6th place. So this is shot 15 taking place now. Great shot from Leo, 10.6. Exactly what you need at this stage of a final. As you're moving through the elimination processes, getting close to the medals. So Johnson still leads, 158.8. But De La Foy now only 0.1 behind. This illustrious Frenchman who's just always there or thereabouts in terms of the medals. The world record holder in this event. He set that in Alain on the 10th of December 2023 at the end of last year. I was there myself commentating on that final. It was such a great moment. So this next shot is to decide 6th place. De La Foy with a 10.7. Eyes on Michael Johnson at the moment. Also Plakushi of Ukraine, because Plakushi in danger of elimination. 10.5. 10.5 also from Michael Johnson. And Lee Mung-ho with a 10.7. So once again, very high scores. And leaving in 6th place, representing Ukraine, is Vitaly Plakushi. He leaves with a total of 167.1. He was 0.9 behind Chincharoli of Georgia. So there's been a change at the top. For the first time we have a new leader in this final. And quelle surprise, it's Tunge De La Foy. So there's a 0.1 gap. It's so close. 0.1, 0.2, 0.5 and 0.6. Those are the differences between 1st and 5th place. Chincharoli with a 10.6. De La Foy with a 10.7. Leo of France, another great shot, 10.6. Johnson with a 10.3. So the gap will increase between De La Foy and Johnson. De La Foy is still leading. Kevin Leo has now moved up to 2nd place. Michael Johnson of New Zealand slips down to 3rd for the moment, but is only 0.1 behind Kevin Leo. And De La Foy is only 0.4 in front. What a final this is. And I think there's some nerves from the New Zealand team. Just wondering whether or not Michael Johnson will slip out of the medals here. He's still on 179.6, so he's still got a gap of 1.0 between Johnson and E of Republic of Korea. Some high scores, 10.6s from De La Forêt and Michael Johnson, but we now have the decision on 5th place, and representing the Republic of Korea, and Lee Myung-ho leaves this final and leaves firing point A. So there's Ghislaine Briez of France, who is the technical delegate for this competition. And it'll also be the person in charge of the Paralympic Games in terms of shooting in Châteauroux in the middle of France, about 3 hours drive south of Paris. So 4 athletes left. Michael Johnson is back up to 2nd place. De La Forêt still in front. That was the difference earlier. Now it's 0.5. 190.7 for Tanguy De La Forêt. Can he hang on to that lead? He certainly knows how to act under pressure. 10.6 from Michael Johnson and a 10.4 from De La Forêt. Johnson needed that just to try and close the gap even more. He was 0.2 in front of De La Forêt's score with a 10.6 for Johnson. So now the gap is 0.3. That's between 1st and 2nd. So this is shot 20 to decide 4th place. 10.5 from Kevin Leo. 10.4 from Michael Johnson. 10.7 from De La Forêt. And Chincharoli of Georgia will be leaving this final in 4th place with a total of 209.7. Just 0.7 behind Kevin Leo of France. And Michael Johnson now knows, just looking at that, sigh of relief. Now knows Michael Johnson that a medal is guaranteed for New Zealand. And also those quota places, the 2 gender-free quota places, now going to France and New Zealand. So there we have it confirmed on the screen. Michael Johnson, a quota place, the Paralympic logo. .7 from Leo, 10.9 from Tanguy De La Forêt. Just when you thought, well, this man hasn't given enough, he has indeed. And slams in the maximum score of a 10.9. A 10.7 meanwhile from the other 2, Kevin Leo and from Michael Johnson. So the bronze medal, where is it going? New Zealand or France? Michael Johnson on 221.9. It's 0.8 in front of Kevin Leo of France. Meanwhile, it's also the same difference between 1st and 2nd. Oh, De La Forêt with a 10. Leo with a 10.4. Michael Johnson with a 10.7. What a shot from the Kiwi. So Kevin Leo, big smiles, punches the air, representing France. And France have got a medal in the New Delhi 2024 WSPS World Cup. And Kevin Leo, the former European champion, also a gold medalist from the World Cup in Changwon a few years ago. Goes away now with a bronze medal. And that quota place as well for the Paralympic Games. There is the Paralympic logo on your screens. Final score of 231.5. De La Forêt still the leader. The gap is 0.1 at the top. It's so close. Michael Johnson knows he's guaranteed a silver. It could even be a gold. And he's also guaranteed that quota place for the Paralympic Games. De La Forêt with a 10.2. Michael Johnson with a 10.1. What a conclusion we've got in this final. There is a gap of 0.2. It's New Zealand versus France. And this could be our last shot unless there's a tie, and it will go to a shoot-off. So both Johnson and De La Forêt know exactly how to cope in a situation like this. Both of them are so experienced. Johnson, the elder of the two, at 50 years old. De La Forêt, 45, but they've been on the scene and been shooting at this level for so long now. It's the world record holder, De La Forêt, versus Michael Johnson of New Zealand. Oh! 10.8, it's enough because the gap was 0.2. Even with a 10.9 for Michael Johnson, it wasn't going to be enough. And Tanguy De La Forêt of France, once again, is a gold medalist in a Para World Cup. I mean, I don't even think he could believe it. I think there was just a sigh of relief there at the end from Tanguy De La Forêt. Takes a sip of water and he's earned that. He might even have something stronger later on today, who knows. It's a gold medal for France. Meanwhile, what an effort from Michael Johnson of New Zealand. Just adjusts his cap as it was off to the side and changes his cap over just to show exactly which country he's from. And that Paralympic logo on your cap, Michael, well, it's next to your name on the screen because you've bagged a silver medal and a quota place for the Paralympic Games. So here are the medalists lined up. Kevin Leo, bronze medalist for France, with a Paralympic quota place on the right hand side of your screen. Absolutely delighted, and rightly so. Michael Johnson, who led this competition for a bit, gives the Usain Bolt sign. And the Paralympic quota place also going to Michael Johnson. And Tanguy De La Forêt, so cool, calm, collected, slowly punches in front of his body just to say, once again, I am number one. The world record holder claims another gold medal to this illustrious career of this wonderful Frenchman. He's just so steely, so determined. And when Tanguy De La Forêt is on your tail, you certainly know about it. And there's always a danger that he'll go in front, and that's exactly what happened in this final. Michael Johnson, a great effort for New Zealand and a silver medal, and Kevin Leo, the former European champion, with a bronze medal. So that's how it finished. It's all confirmed. Gold medal for France, silver for New Zealand, bronze for France, and those two Paralympic quota places for New Zealand and France in second and third place. So let's have a look back at some of the highlights from this R4 10-metre air rifle standing SH2 final. Also, just to let you know, the victory ceremonies are coming up after this final. So if you would like to stay with our stream, you're more than welcome to watch the medal ceremonies. So we've had a great day here in New Delhi. 4 finals on day 1, and we're back tomorrow with 3 more finals for you in the mixed team events. If you've been joining us on Facebook or YouTube, thank you very much for doing so. Do like and subscribe our YouTube channel. That way the algorithm should work in your favour and notify you of any future content and all our live broadcasts here for WSPS. It's been an illustrious day here in the world of parachuting, and once again it's that man there, Tanguy De La Forêt of France, who just snuck in with the last few shots to take the gold medal and is taking congratulations from pretty much everyone who walks past him at the moment. So let's just have a look back on that brilliant R4 final. I wonder what the New Zealand team were thinking going into this final, whether or not Michael Johnson would be able to perform today. It's been a great day for the New Zealander, not only with a Paralympic quota place, also with a silver medal in this R4 final.
The victory ceremony for the P3 mixed 25 meters pistol SH1 individual will now take place. The medals will be presented by Mr. Ferrell Van Hoeven, Chairperson, Equipment Control, and Mr. J.P. Nautiyar, Competition Director. The bronze medal representing People's Republic of China goes to Hong Jing. And now, the silver medal representing Poland goes to Szymon Świński. Finally, the gold medal representing People's Republic of China goes to Yang Chao. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay your respects to the national anthem of People's Republic of China. Of the P3 mixed 25 meters pistol SH1 individual event. Of R4 mixed 10 meters air rifle SH2 individual event. ceremony of P3 25 meters pistol SH1 team event. Let's welcome the winners of the P3 Mixed 25 meters pistol SH1 team event. The medals will be presented by Mr. Ferrolal Guru and Mr. JP Nautya. The bronze medal goes to Republic of Korea. And now, the silver medal goes to India! Finally, gold medal goes to People's Republic of China. gentlemen, please pay your respects to the national anthem of People's Republic of China. Up next is the victory ceremony of R4 mixed 10 meters air rifle SH2 individual event. Junior Mixed 10 meters Air Rifle SH2 individual event. The medals will be presented by His Excellency Abdullah Al Rumani and Mr. J.P. Nagar. The bronze medal representing France goes to Leo Kevin. And now, the silver medal representing New Zealand goes to Michael Johnson. Finally, the gold medal representing France goes to Tanguy Dira Fares. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay your respects to the national anthem of France. entry ceremony of R4 Mixed 10 meters Air Rifle SH2 team event. The winners of the R4 Mixed 10 meters Air Rifle SH2 team event. Medals will be presented by His Excellency Abdullah Al Kamali and Mr. J.P. Natia. The bronze medal goes to the United States of America. And now the silver medal goes to United Arab Emirates. gold medal goes to Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay your respects to the national anthem of Brazil.